The Fog of Eldermoor, a dark fantasy sleep story. Part 1, The Road to the Forgotten Village. The road to Eldermoor did not appear on any map. That was, of course, precisely why Alaric had come. He had ridden for 3 days from the city of Velmark, following directions given to him by an old ferryman who had spoken of the village the way one speaks of dreams, with confidence about the feeling and uncertainty about the details. Turn left at the Standing Stone, the man had said, where the Crow Road meets the hollow path. Follow the hollow path until the trees lean inward. Do not stop when the wind changes. Do not look at the shadows between the birches. When the path ends, you will think you have gone wrong. You have not gone wrong. Keep walking. Alaric had written all of this in his field notebook, in the careful, compressed handwriting he had developed over 5 years of mapmaking, a profession that required a person to see the world with extraordinary precision and to resist the temptation of romanticism. Maps were documents of truth. They recorded what existed, where it existed, and how one thing connected to another. They had no patience for the vague, the legendary, or the whimsical. And yet, here he was, following instructions that read like the opening of a fairy tale, riding a gray horse named Soot through a forest that had, over the past several hours, grown progressively more ancient and strange. The trees were old here, genuinely, geologically old. Not the kind of old that one attributed to a tree because it was large, but the kind of old that pressed in at you from all sides, that made your breathing slow and your thoughts quieter, and your sense of time begin to soften at the edges. The birches the ferryman had mentioned were silver white in the late afternoon light, their bark peeling in long, papery strips that curled like sleeping eyelids. Between them, the shadows were the deep, still purple of late evening, though the sky above the canopy was still fully lit. The light did not seem to reach the ground here. It stayed up where the leaves were, gilding them into hammered gold and amber, and left the forest floor to manage on its own, with what dim, filtered illumination trickled down. Soot walked carefully and without complaint. She was a sensible horse, which Alaric had always considered her finest quality. She did not startle at shadows or balk at unusual smells. She simply walked where she was pointed, and if the path seemed strange, she kept that opinion to herself. The path had indeed begun to narrow. It had started as a proper lane, wide enough for a cart, with wheel ruts pressed into the earth from years of use. Then it had become a horse track, then a walking path, and now it was something less than that. A mere suggestion of passage, a faint impression in the grass where feet had gone before, without quite committing to it. The trees leaned inward. Alaric noticed this and wrote it in his notebook, steering with his knees while his pencil moved. Trees forming canopy tunnel, interlocking branches above. Path approximately 4 feet wide. No wheel ruts. Foot passage only. Recent. Evidence of habitation ahead. Broken twig on left side of path. Snapped at approximately 5 feet height. Someone passed here on horseback recently. He was good at noticing things. It was, again, the mapmaker's gift and burden. He saw the world in details and could not stop. The color of a stone could tell him the direction of a river. The angle of a shadow could place him within minutes of longitude. The way a path curved could reveal whether it had been made by animal or person, by ancient intention or gradual erosion. He read the world as others read books, fluently and without effort, and could not simply look at something without also understanding it. The path ended. It did not end at a wall or a gate or a river. It simply stopped, as though whoever had been making it had grown tired and gone home. Ahead was undifferentiated forest, more silver birches, more purple shadow, more of that patient, heavy silence. Alaric stopped Soot and sat in his saddle for a moment. He thought of the ferryman's instructions. When the path ends, you will think you have gone wrong. You have not gone wrong. Keep walking. He dismounted, took Soot's reins, and walked forward into the trees. For about 50 paces, there was nothing but forest. His boots pressed softly into a thick mulch of fallen leaves and older, darker earth beneath. Somewhere to his left, a small stream ran over stones, making the only sound in the whole enormous quietness of the wood. He could smell wood smoke, very faintly, or thought he could, the kind of smell that might be real, or might be memory. He kept walking, and then the trees simply parted, as though stepping back to give him room, and Eldermoor was there. He stood at the edge of the village and looked at it for a long moment before doing anything else. It was, on first inspection, entirely ordinary. A collection of low stone buildings arranged along a central lane that curved gently to the right and out of sight. A well at the lane's center, ringed with mossy stone. A small chapel at the far end, its single bell tower silhouetted against a sky that was now shading from gold to deep bruised rose as the sun finished its work. Tallow candles burned in windows here and there, small, steady flames that gave the glass a warm amber glow. Smoke rose from a handful of chimneys, straight and unhurried in the still air. A dog lay in the doorway of one building, not asleep, but resting, its chin on its forepaws, watching Alaric with mild, dark eyes. It looked like every village he had ever documented, unremarkable, self-contained, ancient in the comfortable, established way of settlements that had been in one place for so long they had begun to become the place. Buildings absorbing the colors of local stone, gardens growing the plants that simply chose to grow there, paths following the logic of the landscape rather than any plan. But something was wrong. Alaric could not have said, in that first moment, what it was. It was not a visible thing. It was a quality of the air, or perhaps of the light, or perhaps something to do with the silence, which was a different silence from the forest silence. The forest had been quiet in the way that living things are quiet when they are simply not making noise. This village was quiet in some other way, a deliberate quiet, a quiet that felt chosen. He shook the thought away. He was tired from 3 days of riding. He was reading things into shadows. He led Soot down the lane toward what appeared to be a tavern or inn, a building larger than the others, with a painted wooden sign above its door showing a faded image of a cup or perhaps a wheel, the paint worn too thin to be certain which. Warm light came from its windows. He could hear very faintly the sound of low conversation from within. The door opened before he knocked. The woman who stood in the doorway was perhaps 60 years old, stout and solid-looking, with white hair pinned severely back from a broad, square face. She wore a dark dress and a canvas apron, and held a candle in one hand, with the ease of someone who had been carrying candles all her life. She looked at Alaric with an expression that was not quite surprise, and not quite its absence. Somewhere between the two, like someone hearing a word they once knew and almost remember. "Mapmaker," she said, not a question. Alaric blinked. He was not wearing anything that identified his profession. His tools, the measuring instruments, the inks and papers and rulers, were in his saddlebags, invisible. "I am," he said carefully. "My name is Alaric. I've come from Velmarch to document." "Come in," she said. She turned and walked back into the light, without waiting to hear the rest of it. He tied Soot to a post beside the building. There was a trough of water there, and a small heap of hay, as though they had been placed in anticipation, and followed the woman inside. The interior of the inn was warm and low-ceilinged, and smelled of tallow and wood smoke, and something underneath both of those that he couldn't quite identify. Dried herbs, perhaps, hanging from the rafters. He could see bundles of them up there, dark and rustling slightly in the heat from the fire. A half-dozen people sat at wooden tables, eating or drinking, or simply sitting. They looked up when he entered, without alarm, with something more like recognition, and then looked away again. "Sit," the woman said, gesturing to a table near the fire. "I'll bring food and a room. There's one ready." "How did you know I was coming?" Alaric asked, sitting down and setting his saddlebags beside him. The woman paused and looked at him again with that same expression, the word half remembered. "We have mapmakers before," she said. "Long ago. We knew another would come." "How long ago?" she considered. "Long," she said, and went into the back of the inn. Alaric sat by the fire and opened his notebook and wrote. Arrival. Eldermoor. Population unknown. Settlement at edge of old-growth birch forest. Distance from Velmarch. 3 days' ride. Located via oral directions from local ferrymen. No documented road. No cartographic record of settlement in any archive I've consulted. Village appears inhabited for several hundred years at minimum. Stone construction, established gardens, mature trees within village boundaries. Innkeeper, female, approximately 60, appeared to know my profession before introduction. Manner, calm, unsurprised. Others in common room. 6 individuals, mixed ages, similarly untroubled by arrival of stranger. Note, something in the quality of the silence here. Investigate. He paused with his pencil above the page. Also, the trees outside the village lean inward. From inside the village, they lean outward, as though the village and the forest are holding each other at a careful distance. Part 2. The first night. He did not sleep. This was not unusual for Alaric in a new place. He was a light sleeper by nature, and a restless one by profession, too accustomed to the perpetual slight discomfort of travel to relax fully when a bed was finally offered. He would lie in unfamiliar rooms, cataloging the sounds around him, the creaks of settling timber, the distant movement of animals, the particular acoustic quality of walls and ceilings not his own. So he lay in the narrow bed of the room the innkeeper had given him, a room on the upper floor with a single small window looking out over the village lane, and listened to Eldermoor at night. For the first 2 hours after he retired, the village made ordinary sounds, the low murmur of the remaining patrons in the common room below, the settling of the fire, the occasional footstep in the lane outside. The dog, still apparently posted in its doorway, making a single, low sound, not quite a bark, more like a thought that had almost become one, and then falling quiet. Wind in the birches at the village edge, a sound like hushed conversation. Then, around the 11th hour, the village began to go quiet in that deliberate way he had noticed on arrival. One by one, the sounds ended, the voices below, the fire, the footsteps, the wind. and then it was silent, in the way that a held breath is silent. Not the absence of sound, but the active suppression of it, a silence that required effort. Alaric lay still and stared at the ceiling. The ceiling was low and dark-beamed, the plaster between the beams stained ochre by years of candle smoke. In the light from the stub of tallow he'd left burning on the bedside table, he could see the grain of the wood, the small imperfections in the plaster, a long crack running diagonally from one corner. He studied these things with the methodical attention of a man who has learned to keep his mind busy when the rest of him is lying still. Then the fog came. He heard it before he saw it, or rather, he felt it. A slight change in pressure, a dampening of the air, a quality of thickness that had not been there before. He turned his head toward the window and saw that the darkness outside had changed character. Where before it had been the clear, star-punctured darkness of a forest night, it was now something denser, a darkness that moved. He got out of bed. He crossed to the window in his bare feet and his sleeping clothes and looked out through the small, slightly uneven panes of glass. The glass was old, he could tell by the way it distorted the view slightly, bending the straight lines of the buildings across the lane into gentle curves. Through this old, imperfect glass, he watched the fog arrive. It came from the edges of the village, from the tree line, from the spaces between buildings, from the low places in the ground where hollows and channels and the remnants of old paths ran. It moved slowly and without sound, without the rushing, wind-pushed movement that natural fog makes when it rolls in across water or open ground. This fog moved the way smoke moves when there is no wind, finding its own paths, following some internal logic, pooling in low places before rising. Within minutes, the lane outside was full of it. It was not white, as Alaric might have expected. It was the color of old pewter, a dark silver gray that seemed to hold a faint luminescence of its own, not bright enough to illuminate anything, but bright enough to be noticeable. It moved up the walls of the buildings opposite. It reached the windows. It pressed itself very gently against the glass of his own window, and he had the sudden, absurd feeling that it was looking in at him. He took a step back from the window. Then something else happened. The world moved. It was not an earthquake. It was not a tremor. It was more subtle than that, and far more wrong. A sensation not of the ground shaking, but of the ground sliding, very gently, very smoothly, as though the village and everything in it were sitting on something that was being slowly, carefully tilted, or not tilted, repositioned, moved, as though Eldermoor were a piece on a board, and an invisible hand had reached down and shifted it slightly to one side. The feeling lasted perhaps 3 seconds, and then was gone, and the village was still again. Alaric stood in the middle of his room and breathed. He was a rational man. He believed in measurement and record and the accumulation of observed fact. He'd once spent 3 weeks triangulating the position of a mountain range to within 50 feet of accuracy, using instruments, mathematics, and sheer stubborn patience. He did not believe in supernatural explanations when natural ones were available, but he was also a man who, above all things, trusted what he observed. And what he had observed was, the fog arrived, and then the village moved. He went back to the window. The fog outside was different now, thicker, heavier, and within it, He pressed his face close to the glass and narrowed his eyes. There were shapes, human shapes, tall, slow-moving figures walking through the fog in the lane below, and beyond the lane, and across the open space around the well, and out toward the tree line, and past it, into what should have been the birch forest, but was now, through the fog, obscured. He counted 11 figures before he stopped counting. There were more. They walked without urgency, without apparent destination, in slow circuits that overlapped and intersected. They did not speak. They did not look at each other. They moved with the peculiar mechanical purposefulness of people engaged in a task that requires no conscious attention, the way one walks a familiar route, the body knowing the way while the mind is elsewhere. From a distance, in the fog's pewter light, they looked human. Alaric was not certain they were. He sat up the rest of the night, with his notebook open, writing everything he had seen. By the time the gray pre-dawn light began to filter through his window, he had filled 12 pages. At some point in the small hours, he had felt the movement again, that same brief, smooth, impossible, sliding sensation. And when he looked out the window, the fog had begun, very slowly, to thin. By the time the light came properly, the fog was gone. The lane was empty. The village was exactly as it had been the evening before, so far as he could tell. But something had changed. The wall of the building directly across the lane, the one he had been studying through the window for most of the night, was older than it had been. He was certain of this, though he couldn't have explained precisely how he knew. Something about the degree of weathering, the depth of the mortar, the particular shade of gray the stones had taken on. It was, he would have said, as though the wall had aged several years overnight. He put on his boots and coat and went downstairs. The innkeeper was already at work in the common room, sweeping the floor with a broom of bundled birch twigs. She did not look up when he came down. "The fog," Alaric said. Said the innkeeper. "It comes every night?" "At midnight, yes." "And the figures in the fog?" She stopped sweeping. She did not turn to look at him. "You saw them?" "Yes." "Most people don't." She resumed sweeping. "Most people sleep through." "What are they?" She was quiet for long enough that he thought she wasn't going to answer. Then, "Old ones," she said. "They were here before us. They will be here after." "What does that mean?" She turned then and looked at him with an expression he could not read. Not quite pity, not quite warning, not quite the frank openness he might have wanted. Something carefully calibrated between those things. "It means," she said, "that you should eat your breakfast and begin your work and leave before nightfall." Alaric sat down at the table nearest the fire. "I'm not leaving before nightfall." The innkeeper looked at him for a moment longer. Then she went into the back and came out with bread and a bowl of something warm and gray. Porridge, he thought, or perhaps something similar, and set them in front of him without comment. He ate and watched the village wake up through the window. Part 3. The Archive. The village had no official archive, but it had a chapel, and the chapel had a priest, and the priest had books. Father Kalin was a small man of indeterminate age, somewhere between 40 and 70, with the translucent, preserved look of someone who had spent most of his life indoors in careful light. He had soft hands and soft eyes, and the specific, habitual courtesy of someone who has learned that courtesy is the most efficient way of managing other people. He received Alaric in the chapel's small vestry with a cup of something that might have been tea. It tasted of bark and something sweeter underneath, and the polite, guarded attention of a man deciding how much to say. The chapel itself was interesting. Alaric had noted, on walking through it to reach the vestry, that it was older than it should have been. Not older than the village, he had no baseline for that, but older than the building style suggested. The foundation stones were massive, rough-cut blocks of a dark granite that was different in character from the paler stone of the walls above them. They looked like they belonged to something else, something that had been there before the chapel, on whose foundations the chapel had been built. And in the floor near the altar, he had noticed, but only barely, because they were nearly worn smooth, a series of carvings, not Christian in character, older than that, circular, interlocking patterns of a type he had seen in records of pre-literate stoneworking, the kind of thing that archaeologists argued over inconclusively, and that generally meant either here is a place of power, or here we remember something we don't want to forget. "How old is the chapel?" he asked the priest. Father Kalin considered. "The records say 400 years. The building says more." "How much more?" "The foundation stones are," he paused, choosing words with care, "considerably older. 1,000 years, perhaps more." Alaric wrote this down. "And the village itself?" "The village has been here as long as anyone knows. The records go back 500 years. Before that," he spread his soft hands in a gesture that managed to suggest both nothing and everything. "May I see the records?" Father Kalin looked at him for a long moment over the rim of his cup. "You will find them," he said carefully. "Unusual. I am a mapmaker. I find most things unusual. Not like this." But he rose and led Alaric through a low door at the vestry's back into a small room beyond. It was barely larger than a wardrobe. Its walls were lined from floor to ceiling with shelves, and the shelves were packed with volumes, not the uniform, professionally bound books of a proper archive, but an accumulation of different sizes and ages and materials, some with spines cracked and titles faded to invisibility, some with no spines at all, merely stitched folios of varying thickness. The smell in the room was extraordinary. Old vellum and oakall ink and beeswax and something else. Something that reminded Alaric of the forest outside the village, of deep roots and old earth. "The records," Father Kalin said, and there was something in his voice, not quite apology, not quite warning, that Alaric noted and set aside for later consideration. He spent the next 4 hours in that room. The first thing he noticed was what Father Kalin had meant by unusual. The earliest records, those that predated the chapel's official founding by the dates given on its cornerstone, were written in a script he didn't recognize. Not any of the half-dozen archaic scripts he had studied as part of his mapmaker's training. Something older than those. The characters were angular and had a quality he could only describe as purposeful. Each one looked as though it had been made with extreme care, every stroke considered, as though the act of writing itself were as important as what was being written. He couldn't read them, but he could observe them. He sketched the characters carefully into his notebook, noting their approximate age from the condition of the vellum, the style of the binding, the oxidization of the ink. Then he moved to the more recent records, those he could read, and found the second unusual thing. The village records described events that, when he cross-referenced them against what he knew of the broader history of the region, had not happened. Wars that had no name in any history he had studied. Kings who had never reigned. Treaties signed with kingdoms that had never existed. Seasons described in terms of agricultural events. Good harvests, failed ones, floods, droughts that matched no known weather record and whose dates placed them in years when, by all available documentation, the entire region had been doing something entirely different. It was as though the records described a history that had happened somewhere else, and this somewhere else had been overlaid on the here of Eldermoor. He found one entry that made him stop. It was in a clear, careful hand, dated. If the calendar he used corresponded to the one he knew, which was not certain, approximately 200 years ago. It read, "The Nightwalkers came again and were counted, 473. The Elder Ones note that the number diminishes. Where they go when they diminish is not known. The priest of that time asked whether the diminishing was good. He was told, it is not good, it is not bad. It is what happens when two worlds press too long against each other and one begins to give way." Alaric read this 3 times. Then he wrote it verbatim into his notebook, then sat for a moment, looking at his own handwriting. Two worlds pressing against each other, one beginning to give way. He thought about the fog, about the movement he had felt, that sliding, repositioning sensation, about the figures in the fog, moving in their slow, purposeful circuits. He turned back to the records and kept reading. He found in a volume bound in something that was not quite leather. It was softer, more yielding, with a faint warmth to it that he chose not to examine too closely. A section that appeared to be a different kind of record, not administrative, not agricultural, a testimony of some kind, written in a cramped, urgent hand, as though the writer had been in a hurry or in distress, or both. The handwriting was difficult, but not impossible. He sat with it for a long time, parsing the archaic vocabulary and the occasional lapses into the incomprehensible script. I have stood at the edge of the fog on the night of. The old moon and I have looked into what lies beyond, and I will write here what I saw, so that those who come after will know it and will understand why we must not despair. The fog is not nothing. The fog is not absence. The fog is a door, or rather, it is a corridor, a between place, a space that exists because two things are very close to each other, and the boundary between them has worn thin. You cannot stand in a corridor and see both rooms clearly. The corridor itself is all you see. What lies beyond the fog is Valthorn. I have seen its towers from the edge on clear nights when the fog thins toward morning. They are made of a stone we do not have here, a dark stone that seems to absorb the light and give it back changed, and they are tall, taller than any tower I have seen in any city, reaching up past where sensible towers stop and becoming something else, something that is more like a natural feature than architecture, like spires of rock, like teeth. The people of Velthorn, if they are people, walk in the fog because the fog is the only place they can reach us. And they walk toward Eldermoor the way water walks toward a drain, not because they choose to, but because the shape of things demands it. We are pulled toward each other, Eldermoor and Valthorn, by something older than either of us, and the pulling grows stronger. I asked the oldest woman in the village, she who is called simply Old Marin, who has lived here longer than anyone can remember, and who will not say her age, because she says age is a fiction we tell ourselves. I asked her whether the pulling would ever stop. She said, "It will stop when we arrive." I asked, "Arrive where?" She said, "There. I have not slept well since." Alaric set down the volume very carefully. He looked at the wall of the small room, at the packed shelves of old volumes, at the single candle Father Kalin had left burning for him on the table. He thought about the name, Vilethorn. It was not a name from any map he had ever made or studied. It was not a name from any history he had ever read. But it had the sound of an old name, the sound of something that had been spoken for so long that it had worn smooth, the way a path wears smooth under years of feet. He thought about the towers, a dark stone that absorbs the light and gives it back changed. He thought about the figures in the fog, diminishing in number over centuries, walking their slow circuits between the two places, the two worlds, the two rooms of the corridor. He thought about the movement he had felt in his room the night before, the smooth, sliding, repositioning sensation. What happens when two worlds press too long against each other and one begins to give way? He gathered his notebook and went to find Father Kalin. Part 4. What the priest knew. Father Kalin was in the chapel, kneeling before the altar in the posture of prayer, though whether he was actually praying or simply thinking in the traditional position was not clear. He did not turn when Alaric came in, but he said quietly, "You found the testimony." "Yes," Alaric said, sitting in the nearest pew. The wood was worn very smooth under him, the smoothness of generations of contact. "Who wrote it?" "A man called Duveth. He was the priest here 200 years ago. He was the first one to go to the fog's edge and look beyond it. And what he saw, Vilethorn." "I have seen it too," Father Kalin said. He rose from his knees in the slow, careful way of a man managing persistent joint pain and turned to face Alaric. In the chapel's dim light, his face was different from how it had seemed in the vestry. Older, more tired, the specific exhaustion of a man carrying something heavy for a very long time. 3 times, on clear nights, when the fog is thin, the towers are exactly as he described them. "Is it a ruin?" "That's the thing," the priest said. He came and sat in the pew across the aisle from Alaric, folding his soft hands in his lap. "Sometimes it appears ruined, the towers half fallen, the walls broken, the whole place as desolate as something that has been empty for centuries. And sometimes," he paused, "sometimes there are lights in the towers." Alaric felt something at the back of his neck that he generally associated with significant discoveries, a kind of heightened alertness, a sharpening of attention. Someone is living there. Or something is, Father Kalin said quietly. Or something is there, which is not precisely the same as living. Silence settled over the chapel. Through the small, high windows, the afternoon light had begun its slow change toward evening, the gold deepening, the shadows lengthening. Alaric was aware, peripherally, of how much time had passed, of the approach of night, of what night meant here. "The village moves," he said. "I felt it. In the night." Father Kalin looked at him with that same carefully calibrated expression the innkeeper had used, measuring, weighed. "Gang. Yes? Where does it go?" "Closer," said the priest, simply, as though this were the whole answer. "Closer to Vilethorn?" "Yes." "By how much?" The priest unfolded his hands and looked at them. "When I was a boy, the old record said that on a clear morning, after the fog lifted, you could see the edge of a dark forest on the horizon. Just the treetops, the wrong kind of trees. Trees that don't grow here. They were barely visible, very far away. He paused. Now, he said, on a clear morning, you can see the forest very clearly. You can see individual trees. You can see, if you go to the high ground east of the village, the tops of the towers. Alaric wrote in his notebook, "The distance is closing. The movement is directional, cumulative, progressive." "How long?" he asked. "How long until the village arrives?" The priest shook his head. "That's what no one knows. The rate has changed. It used to be imperceptible. Years between any noticeable change. Now," he glanced toward the window, "now there are mornings when the buildings look older than they did the night before, as though we are aging faster than we should, as though we are being prepared." The word sat in the air of the chapel with a particular weight. "Prepared," Alaric repeated. "For arrival," said Father Kalin. "Yes." Part 5. The village at evening. Alaric spent the rest of the afternoon walking through Eldermoor with his measuring instruments and his notebook, doing what he had come to do, documenting. He paced out the dimensions of every building. He sketched their proportions, noted the materials of their construction, observed the evidence of their age. He spoke to the villagers he encountered, and they were, without exception, courteous and slightly guarded and mildly strange in ways that he was finding harder and harder to dismiss as mere eccentricity. There was the blacksmith, a large man named Pell, who spoke of events in the village's history as though he had been present for them. Events that, by the dates he gave, had happened a century before his apparent age. When Alaric pointed this out carefully, the blacksmith looked confused and then looked away and said, "I remember it though, the great flood, the ice winter, the year the chapel burned." He paused. "It burned twice, you know, once long ago and once." He frowned. "Once that I remember, though I know I wasn't there." There was the tanner's wife, a woman who gave her name as Sella, who showed Alaric her garden with proprietary pride. Extraordinary plants, none of which he recognized, growing in the specific concentrated way of things that had found perfect conditions. She touched the leaves of one, dark and leathery, like small hands, and said, "These come from there. Seeds blow through on the fog nights. Everything that grows from those seeds is different, lasts longer, changes slower." She looked at the plant with an expression close to tenderness. "I think they're trying to make us comfortable." There was an old man sitting on a low bench near the well, who did not give his name and did not seem to want anything from Alaric, but who watched him go about his work with attentive, considering eyes, and who, as Alaric was leaving that part of the lane, said in a voice that was perfectly audible despite its quietness, "You should write down the shape of the fog, not just that it comes, the shape it makes. It spells something out. In the old language, it has been spelling it out for 300 years, and no one here can read the old language, and so no one knows what it says." Alaric stopped. "What old language?" "Vaelti," said the old man, "the language of the place beyond." Do you know what it says?" The old man was quiet for a moment. "I know a little, fragments, enough to know that it is not a threat and not an invitation." He paused. "It is an explanation. I think it is trying to explain what is happening to us." He looked at Alaric with his attentive, considering eyes. "Can you read old scripts?" "Some. I've seen the language in the chapel records." come to me tonight," the old man said. "Before the fog comes, I have papers." The old man's name was Theron, and his house was the oldest in the village, so old that it had descended below the general level of the surrounding buildings, the ground having risen around it over centuries, the way ground rises around long-established things, slowly and without announcement. You reached his door by going down 3 stone steps, worn to smoothness, so perfect they might have been cut that way. Inside, the house was one room, and the room was full of paper, not disorderly. Alaric had seen the houses of scholars and collectors who simply accumulated without system, rooms that were chaos given permanent form. This was different. Theron's papers were everywhere, but they were everywhere with intention, stacked by category on every surface, pinned to the walls in arrangements that suggested relationships and sequences, hung from the low ceiling on lengths of string, turning slowly in the warmth from the small fire, and many of them covered in the angular, purposeful script from the chapel records, the Vaelti script. Alaric stopped in the doorway and looked. 40 years, Theron said from behind him. He had followed Alaric down the steps and was now squeezing past him into his own house with the ease of long practice. "I have been collecting and copying for 40 years, and before me, my father, and before him, his mother." He went to the fire and added a small log, and stood looking at the flames for a moment. "We are the ones who try to understand. There are always a few of us, in every generation, the ones who can't stop looking." "What have you understood?" Alaric asked, coming in properly now, looking at the papers on the walls, resisting the urge to touch. "I'll show you," Theron said, and began. He showed Alaric 3 things that evening, in the hour before midnight. The first was a map. Not a map of Eldermoor, though Eldermoor appeared on it, a small cluster of symbols in one corner. The map showed something else, a kingdom, or what had been a kingdom. It covered, by Theron's best estimate of scale, an area somewhat larger than Alaric's home country, and it was drawn with the kind of detail that suggested either direct observation or a very long tradition of cartographic practice. Mountains, rivers, roads, cities, forests, all rendered in the angular Vaelti script alongside symbols that Theron had been slowly decoding for decades. "Vaelthorn," Alaric said, looking at the largest symbol at the map's center, a complex, layered glyph that recurred throughout the archive in the chapel. "The kingdom's name," Theron confirmed, "not just the city, the whole realm. It was large once." And then he pointed to certain areas on the map's margins, areas where the detail simply stopped, cut off mid-symbol, mid-river, mid-road, as though the person drawing had been interrupted. Gone. When? Long before this village existed, long before any village in this region existed, but not entirely gone. This was the second thing Theron showed him, a sequence of drawings made by himself and his predecessors of what could be seen from the high ground east of the village on clear mornings after fog nights. Each drawing was dated and annotated. Alaric spread them on the floor in chronological order and crouched over them, moving his candle along the sequence. The earliest drawings showed nothing, a clear horizon, birch forest in the foreground, empty sky beyond. Later drawings showed a suggestion of something on the horizon, dark shapes, hard to interpret. More recent drawings showed, unmistakably, towers, dark towers, exactly as the priest's testimony and the old record had described. And in the most recent drawings, made by Theron himself, the towers were closer. The forest around them was visible in detail, and in one drawing, made perhaps 5 years ago, a single window in the tallest tower showed a light. "Someone is in there," Alaric said. "Or something is maintaining the light," Theron said. "I don't know which, but yes." And the third thing Theron showed him was a translation, not complete. His Vaelthi was incomplete, assembled over decades from context and comparison, and occasional intuitive leaps he was not entirely confident about, but enough. A translation of a single document, one of the oldest in his collection, which he believed was not a record and not a testimony, but a kind of letter. "We who remain in Valthorn write this for those who will come when the convergence is complete. We are few, and we have been few for longer than we would have wished. What happened to the many is a long story, and this is not the place for it. Here is what you need to know. This was a kingdom. It was a great kingdom, built on a foundation that we should not have built on, and fed with a fuel that we should not have burned. When the reckoning came, we did not end. We shifted. The kingdom moved into the between place, into the fog, and there it has remained, not dead, not living, not destroyed, not intact, waiting. We do not fully understand the waiting. We did not choose it. It is what happened to us, and we have learned to inhabit it. And in the inhabiting, we have become something other than what we were, though we remember what we were. And the remembering is both our comfort and our grief. To those in Eldermoor who will read this, you are our anchor. You were placed in that valley, in that precise location, not by accident. Your village exists in the threshold place, the place where the boundary between this world and ours is thinnest. You are why the fog finds you every night. You are why the walkers walk. They are drawn to you as ships are drawn toward harbor. We do not know if the convergence, when it comes, will be painful. We do not know if you will survive it unchanged. We do not know, honestly, if we will survive it unchanged. What we know is this: it is coming, and the knowing, we believe, is better than the not knowing. So, we have been spelling it out in the shapes of the fog for 300 years, hoping someone would read it. We are sorry that it has taken this long. Alaric finished reading and sat in silence for a moment. Outside, he heard the clock in the chapel tower begin to sound midnight, and through the small windows of Theron's sunken house, he saw the fog begin to come. Part 6. The Walk in the Fog. He should not have gone outside. This was clear to him. It was clear from the innkeeper's warning, from Father Kalen's carefully calibrated caution, from the general demeanor of every person in Eldermoor, who seemed, as a community, to have reached a collective agreement about a great many things that were not said directly, but were communicated through tone and pause and the precise degrees of various silences. Going outside at midnight when the fog was coming was not something one did. This was understood. Alaric went outside. He went quietly, pulling his coat around him and stepping carefully out of Theron's door and up the 3 worn steps to the lane above. The old man had tried to stop him, not urgently, not with alarm, but with a particular expression that Alaric recognized as the expression of someone who has already accepted that persuasion will fail, but wants it noted that the attempt was made. The fog was already thick. It came to his knees, and then, as he stood in it, to his waist, not cold. This was the first thing that surprised him. Fog was generally cold, being a thing of water and air. This fog was the temperature of a room with a fire in it, slightly warm, slightly close, with that quality of pressure he had noticed from his window the night before. The pewter light was stronger up close. It had a faint directional quality, as though it came from somewhere rather than simply being ambient. From below, he thought, from the earth. He stood very still and let his eyes adjust. The lane appeared to extend in both directions, but differently than it had by day. The buildings on either side were present but muted, their edges softened by the fog, their familiar stone walls made ambiguous, made permeable, seeming. He could see the glow of banked fires through windows, warm amber behind the fog's pewter, like lanterns seen underwater. Then the figures came. He had seen them from the window, but seeing them from the window and standing in the lane among them were, he discovered, entirely different things. They were tall, taller than any person he had known, not grotesquely so, but by enough that it was immediately noticeable, an extra foot or so that transformed the visual grammar of the space. They moved in the slow, purposeful circuits he had observed from above, and they moved through the fog in a way that was subtly different from how he moved through it. He displaced it, pushed it aside with his body, left a brief impression of his passage before it closed again. They did not. The fog moved with them, or perhaps for them, curling around their forms in a way that suggested accommodation rather than disturbance. Up close, they were harder to see clearly. The fog was thicker where they were. No, not thicker. He thought about it and corrected himself. Denser in a different way, as though the fog near them were at a slightly different density from the fog around him, as though the two kinds of fog were coexisting without quite mixing. He could see height, the general shape of a human body, 2 legs, 2 arms, a head at the expected position, clothing that was wrong, not wrong in style exactly, though the style was certainly unlike anything he had seen. Wrong in texture, wrong in the way light moved across it, or rather, in the way light did not move across it in the expected way, did not catch and scatter, but seemed to sink in. He could see faces when they turned toward him, and some of them did turn toward him. They did not stop walking when they turned. They continued their circuits with the same unhurried mechanical purposefulness, but their heads turned, and for a moment he could see, not clearly, not with certainty, what their faces contained. Eyes, certainly, 2 of them in the expected position, but not eyes like his, not eyes that reflected light back in the familiar way, eyes that seemed to look from somewhere further away than the face they sat in, eyes that carried a depth that was. He groped for the right description and could not quite reach it. A depth that was temporal rather than spatial, a depth made of time rather than space. They looked at him the way something very old looks at something very young, with a patience so profound it had moved beyond patience into something else, some other quality that he didn't have a word for. Several of them did something as they passed. Chapter. They built Valthorn, Theron said slowly, on a place where the wall between worlds was thin. They found a weakness in the fabric of things, and they built their capital city on it. And they used the energy from that weakness, that constant bleeding, through a force from whatever is on the other side, as the foundation of their civilization's power. Alaric stared at the paper. And then something went wrong. Something went wrong, Theron agreed. The records are incomplete, damaged, possibly deliberately obscured. but the pattern is clear. They pressed the wall too hard. They took too much from the weakness, and the wall gave way. Not all at once, gradually, the way a dam gives way. First a trickle, then more. And then the kingdom shifted, Alaric said, into the between place. The entire kingdom, yes, people and buildings and rivers and roads and forests and all the life that was in it, shifted into the fog, into the corridor. Alaric thought about the map, the enormous map of a lost kingdom, all that detail, all those roads and rivers and cities, preserved in the fog, still there, still, in some sense, existing, but not destroyed, he said. Duveth's testimony. He said the kingdom shifted, not ended, and the lights in the towers. Some of them survived the shift, Theron said, or changed enough to survive it, became the walkers, became, he spread his hands, what you see in the fog. The walkers are the people of Valthorn, Alaric said. Were, said Theron gently, and still, in whatever way is left to them, are. Another silence. The fog outside made its slow movements. The candle between them burned steadily, which seemed, in that moment, like an act of courage on the part of a small flame. The letter says Eldermoor was placed here, Alaric said again, at the threshold, as an anchor. If the walkers are the people of Valthorn, who placed the village? Theron looked at him, and in the quality of that look, patient, exhausted, reluctant, Alaric understood, before the old man spoke, what the answer was going to be. They did, Theron said. The people of Valthorn placed Eldermoor here. Before they shifted, in the last years before it happened, when they knew it was coming and couldn't stop it, they brought a community of people to this valley, people who did not know what was happening or why, people who were simply told, live here, make a village, stay. Alaric sat very still. The first villagers were not from here, Theron said. They were brought from somewhere, I don't know where. The records that would tell me that are in the part of the archive I cannot read. He paused. But the intent is clear. The people of Valthorn anchored us here, in this threshold place, so that they could find their way back. We have always been the lighthouse. And the convergence, Alaric said. The village moving closer, every night. That's it working, Theron said quietly. The anchor pulling, after all this time, after all these centuries of the fog coming, and the walkers walking, and the distance slowly closing. It's almost done, Alaric said. Yes, said Theron. I believe so. Yes. Part 8. Morning. After the longest night. Alaric did not sleep that night. He sat in Theron's house, and they talked. Or rather, they sat with the knowledge between them, and spoke when speaking seemed useful, and were quiet when silence served better. Outside, the fog moved, and the walkers walked, and the pewter light pulsed its slow rhythm, and sometime around 3 in the morning, the movement came again, that smooth and impossible sliding sensation. And afterward, the towers of Valthorn, briefly visible through the thinning fog, in those few seconds between worlds, were the closest they had ever been. So close that Alaric could see, in the largest tower's highest window, a single burning light, and standing in the window, backlit by that light, a shape, a figure, not walking the slow circuits, standing still, looking out, looking, he was certain, directly at him. He raised his hand. The figure raised its hand. And then the fog thickened again, and Valthorn was gone, and the pre-dawn stars of his own world appeared overhead, and he was standing in a cold, medieval village lane, with frost forming on the cobblestones around his feet, and his breath was making small clouds in the air, and everything was very, very quiet. He went back inside. When the morning came, it came the way mornings in troubled places come, slowly, reluctantly, as though the light were not certain it was welcome. Gray first, then gradually warm. The fog retreated to the tree line, and then into the trees, and then, apparently, into whatever place it went during the hours of day, which was a question Alaric added to his notebook, along with all the others. He walked through the village in the early light. The buildings had aged again. He was certain of it now. No long. Either a vague impression, but a measurable fact. The wall he had been using as his reference point, the building across from the inn, had a crack in its mortar that he had photographed by measurement and sketch the previous morning. A crack of specific dimensions running between the third and fourth course of stones. This morning, the crack was larger, not by much, not by enough to be immediately obvious, but by enough to be documented. He measured it and wrote the numbers in his notebook. He walked to the high ground east of the village, a gentle rise that gave a view over the tree line in that direction, and stood looking. The towers of Valthorn were visible, not through fog, in clear morning light, on the horizon, perhaps 2 miles distant, rising from a dark forest that was not the same as the birch forest that surrounded Eldermoor on all other sides. The trees of that forest were wrong, too dark, too dense, their crowns too high and too pointed, as though they had been reaching for a moon that was slightly different from the one he knew. 2 miles. He had been here one night. In one night, the distance had closed by. How much? He had no way to calculate the rate from before his arrival. But the towers were close enough now to see individual stones in their construction, to see, on the clearest stretches of the tallest tower, windows, and in the windows. He shaded his eyes. Figures standing at the windows, looking out, many of them looking toward Eldermoor. He stood on the high ground in the early morning light and looked back at them and tried to feel what he felt, and could not quite decide what it was. It was not fear, or not entirely fear. It was not pity. It was not wonder, though wonder was in it. It was something more complex than any of those things. A layered, textured feeling made of time and distance, and the particular grief that attaches to things that have waited very long for something that is finally coming. He walked back to the village. Part 9. The Name in the Fog. He found Theron in the lane, standing with the innkeeper and Father Kalin, looking at the building that Alaric had been measuring. The three of them were quiet in the way of people who have already said the things that needed saying, and were now simply being together in the fact of them. Alaric joined them. "You saw the towers this morning," Theron said. Not a question. "Yes. How long?" "At that distance, a few more nights, perhaps a week." The old man's voice was very even, very steady. The voice of someone who has had a great deal of time to make his peace with something. Maybe less. The rate is accelerating. "What happens when they arrive?" Alaric asked. "When the convergence is complete." The three of them exchanged a look. Father Kalin spoke first. "We don't know," he said. "The letter says they don't know either. But," he paused, and something in his face shifted, went gentler. "I have thought about this for many years. What I believe, what I have come to believe, is that when the boundary disappears entirely, both things that have been pressing against it will simply be together. Valthorn and Eldermoor. 2 worlds, 1 place. Is that survivable? The letter suggests yes, Theron said. Though, changed. Both sides changed. And the walkers? I think, said Father Kalin slowly, I think they will be able to rest. Whatever it is that has kept them walking all these centuries, in the fog, reaching for something they can almost touch, I think that will be over. Alaric was quiet for a moment. Then he said, someone needs to be able to read the fog, the message it's been spelling out. You said, he turned to Theron, that you have fragments of the Valthi language. Enough to know it's an explanation. Enough to know what it isn't, Theron corrected. Not enough to read it properly. Show me what you have, Alaric said. Show me every fragment, every character, and its probable meaning, every pattern you've identified. He paused. I've been reading scripts all my professional life. Maps are a kind of language. I'm good at this. Theron looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. They spent the rest of that day in Theron's house, going through everything the old man and his family had accumulated. Decades of copies of Velti script, careful observations of the fog's patterns, painstaking comparisons between characters and their contexts and frequencies. Alaric worked with the focused intensity he brought to all problems of observation and pattern, excluding everything else, letting the material speak, looking for the structures underneath the surface. By the time evening came, he had made progress, not complete translation. The language was complex, and he was working with imperfect samples, but enough. It's an alphabet, he said, looking up from the table that was now covered in his own copies and annotations. But it also isn't. It's both. An alphabet and an ideographic system. Characters that represent sounds and characters that represent concepts. And the 2 systems are layered. You can read the same text on 2 levels simultaneously. He paused. It's extraordinarily sophisticated. Valethorn was not a simple place, Theron said, from the corner where he was watching with the patient, careful attention of someone seeing years of their own work suddenly run faster under someone else's hands. The fog, shapes, Alaric said, the ones you've been copying, the ones that recur. He spread several of Theron's drawings on the table. These are the ideographic layer. The sound layer would be too complex for fog to render accurately, so they've been communicating in concepts. Large, simple concepts rendered in the large, simple medium of fog shapes. He looked at the drawings. This one, he pointed. This is approximately we remember. And this, he pointed again. This is return, or perhaps arrival. And this, he looked at the third shape for a long moment. This is forgive. Silence in the small room. Forgive, Theron repeated. I think so, given the root characters and the context. Alaric looked up. They've been asking for forgiveness. For 300 years of fog, they've been asking for forgiveness. From us, from Eldermoor. For placing us here, said Father Kalin, who had come in sometime in the past hour and was standing by the door. For not telling us, said Alaric, for all these centuries of the fog coming, and the walkers walking, and the buildings aging, and the world moving, and none of you knowing why. For keeping you in the dark. And I think they mean that literally, as well as figuratively. They put you at the edge of the fog because they needed an anchor. They never told you that's what you were, and they've been sorry for it for 300 years. The 3 of them, the priest, the innkeeper, who had come in quietly, and was standing near the fire. The old man in his chair sat with this for a while. 300 years of apology, the innkeeper said at last, in her flat, direct way. Yes, she looked at the fire. I suppose that's long enough. Part 10, the final night. The last night came as nights do, not with drama, but with the gradual, gentle failing of the light. The sun moved behind the western tree line, and the sky went through its sequence of colors, and the first stars appeared, and the air cooled, and the village settled into its evening rhythms with the quiet patience of a place that has been doing this for a very long time. But there was something different in the quality of the evening. Alaric noticed it in the way that people moved, not hurriedly, not with the agitation of people who know something is coming and are afraid of it, but with a kind of deliberateness, as though each thing being done was being done with slightly more awareness than usual, slightly more attention. The blacksmith banking his forge with care, the priest in his chapel lighting every candle, making the building blaze, the innkeeper in her common room, setting out cups and pouring wine she had apparently been saving for something, some occasion, now apparently being judged to be this one. Villagers were coming out of their houses, not gathering, not crowding, moving in ones and twos into the lane, the space around the well, the open ground before the chapel, standing in the cooling evening air, looking at each other, looking at the sky, looking at nothing in particular, with the slightly elevated attention of people who are waiting for something they cannot quite name but recognize. Alaric walked among them. He had spent the afternoon, after his work with Theron, walking the village and its boundaries for one final round of measurement and observation, doing, in other words, the job he had actually come here to do, though the documents he was creating now bore no resemblance to the routine cartographic survey he had imagined when he had set out from Velmarch. His notebook was full. He had, at some point during the day, accepted a second notebook from Father Kalin, who had pressed it on him with a slight awkwardness. I thought you might need more pages, he'd said, as though this were the obvious reason, and the second notebook was now half full as well. He had drawn maps of the village as it currently stood, and maps of how it had appeared to be aging. He had sketched the towers of Velthorn from the high ground. He had drawn the fog's habitual shapes and annotated them with his translations. He had written, in small, compressed handwriting, everything he had been told, and everything he had observed, and everything he had felt, including the things that felt too personal or too strange to be strictly cartographic record. At one point, he had written, I do not think I am going to leave before this is finished. And then, below it, after a pause, I do not think I want to. He was standing near to a wall. He well, when Theron found him, the old man was carrying a lantern. Not a candle, but a proper lantern, with a good flame inside a glass chimney, the kind of light that could hold its own against wind. He held it in both hands, carefully, as though it were something important. It's starting earlier tonight, the old man said, looking east toward the tree line. Alaric looked. The fog was coming from the east. He had never seen it come from that direction before. Always before. It had come from all sides, simultaneously, from the tree line in every direction at once, filling the village from its edges inward. But tonight, it came from the east first, and it was different in character from the ordinary fog. Denser, with more of that peculiar, pewter light, and it moved with more purpose. Not the slow, diffuse spread of the fog he had come to know, but something more directional, more like a tide. It came from the direction of the towers. "They're pushing it," Thuron said, "or reaching through it." He said it calmly, as one states a fact that has been anticipated. Around them, the villagers were watching the fog come, still not frightened, still not agitated. There was something in the community of that stillness that Alaric found moving. In some way, he didn't entirely understand. These were people who had lived their whole lives in a mystery, who had watched the fog come every night and had never known why, who had aged in buildings that aged faster than they should, and had remembered things that hadn't happened, and had grown plants from seeds blown through on fog nights, and who had gone on regardless with the daily business of living. The forges and the gardens and the bread and the wine and the ordinary, essential, unglamorous work of being alive in one place for a long time. They had not been given a choice about being here. None of them had been given a choice. Not them, and not their parents, and not their grandparents, and not their grandparents' grandparents, all the way back to the beginning, to the people who had been brought here by the dying civilization of Valthorn, and set down in this valley and told, "Live here, stay." And they had. They had stayed and lived and been, over centuries, unconsciously, unknowingly, faithful to a purpose they had not been asked to choose. The fog reached the well. Alaric stood in it as it rose around him, and felt, again, the warmth and the slight pressure and the pewter light. But this time, the light was stronger, much stronger, strong enough to cast shadows, which fog did not cast, which fog could not cast. And yet, here were shadows on the cobblestones, soft and moving and precise. The shapes in the fog came, and they were different tonight. They still moved in their slow circuits, but they were closer to the village than they had been before, closer to the people. And some of them had stopped walking and were simply standing. And those who were standing were facing the people of Eldermoor and their faces. Tonight, for the first time, their faces were clear, not entirely human, but not entirely not. Somewhere between the two, in the way that something which has been between for a very long time becomes genuinely intermediate. Not one thing passing for another, but a new thing, made from long intimacy with the boundary. Their eyes still had that depth, that temporal quality, that gaze from somewhere much further back than the face that held it. But they had expressions now, not the blank purposefulness of the walking figures. Expressions, exhausted, hopeful, afraid, moved. Human expressions, in faces that were not entirely human. The expressions of people who have been waiting for something for an incomprehensibly long time, and can see now with their own eyes that the wait is nearly over. The movement began. This time, it was longer than before. 10 seconds, 15. The sliding, repositioning sensation of the village being moved, being drawn across the remaining distance between the worlds, and through the fog. Alaric could see it clearly this time, had his eyes open and his notebook in hand, and his pencil moving. Through the fog, Valethorn was there, close, so close. The dark stone towers, in the blue-white moonlight, and the frost-glittering landscape, and the figures in the windows, and the distance was not 2 miles anymore, not 1 mile. The distance was the width of the fog itself, a few hundred feet at most. The streets of Valethorn, ancient, unchanged, perfectly preserved in the between place for uncountable centuries, were visible through the fog as clearly as if they were on the other side of a river. And in those streets, the people of Valthorn stood, not walking, standing, still, looking across the diminishing distance at the people of Eldermoor. 2 villages, 2 communities, 2 histories, 1 more movement, Alaric thought. Maybe 2. The last night's fog. Epilogue. What? The mapmaker wrote later. When Ader had become possible, which was not something he had been certain of, Alaric wrote about it in the way he wrote about everything, methodically, precisely, with the instinct for documentation that was his deepest professional habit. He described the final night in full, the fog's unusual approach from the east, the different quality of the light, the clarity of the figures' faces, the length of the movement, which this time did not stop, did not resolve back into the familiar village with the familiar sky above it. He described the moment when the fog, instead of thinning toward dawn, as it had done every previous morning, thickened, deepened, became, for perhaps 5 minutes, completely opaque. A fog so complete that he could not see his hand in front of his face, could not see the well that was 10 feet from where he stood, could not see anything at all except the pewter light, which was now so bright it was almost blinding. He described the sound that was not quite a sound, that he had written about before and still could not adequately describe, like something very large being put down very carefully after being carried for a very long time, like the exhalation of something that has been holding its breath since before history. He described the silence that followed, and then he described what the silence was followed by. The fog lifted, in the way that fog lifts when a wind comes and carries it away. But there was no wind. It simply ceased, stopped existing, as though it had finished its work and had no further reason to be. And Eldermoor was still there. Every building, every lane, every cobblestone and garden and well and chapel, all of it intact, all of it as it had been. But the world around it had changed. The birch forest was gone. In its place was a landscape that I had seen from the fog, or from the tower's windows, the luminous, frost-covered landscape of Valthorn, the mountains and valleys carved into patterns by forces I cannot name, lit by a moon that is larger and more blue-white than the moon I grew up under. The forest that surrounds us now is not birch, but the dark, dense trees I observed from the high ground, though up close they are not sinister, as I had feared they would be. They are simply different, very old, very still, full of a dense, attentive quiet that is nothing at all like threatening. The towers are visible from every part of the village now. They rise over the eastern tree line like a second skyline. In the morning light, which is a different quality of morning light than what I am used to, the sun here, if it is the same sun, comes from a slightly different angle. They are very beautiful. The dark stone does something extraordinary with the light, absorbs it, and gives it back, changed, exactly as Duveth described. And in the streets that connect the city of Valthorn to the village of Eldermoor, streets that now run continuously from one to the other, as though they had always been joined, the people are walking, not in circuits, not in the slow, purposeful, mechanical loops of the fog walkers, simply walking, the way people walk when they have somewhere they want to go, when the distance between themselves and that place is finally, after all these long centuries, traversable, They are coming to Eldermoor, and the people of Eldermoor are walking toward them. I am watching this from the high ground, and my pencil is moving, but I am not writing anything. I have put down the notebook. I am only watching. They reach each other in the lane near the well. I cannot describe what happens next with any precision that would do it justice. I will try. The people of Valethorn and the people of Eldermoor stand facing each other in the lane. The morning light, our light, and their light, now the same light, falls on all of them equally. And after a long moment of looking, a moment that contains several hundred years of distance and grief and patience and effort and apology, they begin to speak. I cannot hear the words from this distance, but I can see expressions, the particular quality of expression that belongs to a conversation that is not starting but continuing, picking up a thread set down a very long time ago, finding it still intact, still connected to both ends of the distance it spans. I am a mapmaker. I document what is. What is this morning is this. The place called Valethorn exists. The people called Valti exist. They are not other. They are not threat. They are, if anything, us, or we are them, made from the same stuff, separated by a catastrophe they couldn't prevent, reaching through centuries of fog toward something that looked like return, but was, in the end, more like recognition. Theron is down there in the lane. I can see him from here, his lantern, still lit, though it's full day now, as though he hasn't noticed or doesn't care. He's talking to a figure taller than him, with the depth of time eyes, and they are both looking at a piece of paper, one of Theron's translations, and the figure is pointing at something on the page, and Theron is nodding slowly, the nod of someone whose long-held hypothesis is being confirmed. I have filled both notebooks. I don't know what to do with them. They are the most complete and the most incomplete document I have ever made. More complete because every word is true. Less complete because truth, in this case, is so much larger than what fits on pages. I will go down to the lane soon, but not yet. For a few more minutes, I want to stay up here on the high ground where I can see all of it. Eldermoor and Valethorn, the village and the ancient city. The people of both places moving toward each other in the soft, different morning light, the towers rising and the dark trees standing, and the blue-white moon still visible, large and serene, beginning its slow fade as the sun asserts itself. For a few more minutes, I want to look at it. There is no map for this place. Not yet. Not in any archive of the world I come from. But there will be. I will make it. That is, in the end, what I came here to do. In the lane below, the innkeeper was filling cups from a jug she had carried from the common room. Wine or something like it. The particular dark wine of Eldermoor, made from grapes that grew in the concentrated way of plants that had found perfect conditions, perhaps because their seeds had come from somewhere else, blown through on a fog night 100 years ago. She moved among the gathered people with the ease of someone whose professional life had prepared her, without knowing it, for exactly this. She gave a cup to a tall figure with depth of time eyes, and the figure took it and looked at it, and then looked at her, and she looked back, and something passed between them that was not quite a word and not quite a look, something that lived in the territory between those two things where the most important communications tend to live. Father Kalin had opened the chapel. Every candle was lit. Through the small high windows, the light of all those flames spilled out into the morning, and the people of Eldermoor and the people of Valthorn drifted toward it, the way people drift toward warmth and light and the particular shelter of a building that has been waiting for them. The dog was still in its doorway. It lifted its head and looked at the tall figures passing, and after a moment, deciding, apparently, that everything was in order, put its chin back on its forepaws and went back to its thoughtful resting. The frost on the cobblestones caught the morning light, both mornings' light, and held it briefly before beginning to melt. The towers of Valthorn stood in the early light, and their dark stone gave the light back changed, as they had always done, as they would continue to do, because that was their nature, because some things are simply what they are, and no amount of time or distance or fog or catastrophe changes the nature of the thing. The fog would not come again tonight. The fog had done its work. Far up on the high ground, a mapmaker closed his notebook and sat for a moment with it in his lap, looking out over a landscape that did not exist yesterday and will not exist in any record he has ever seen. After a while, he stood. After a while, he walked down in